Hey everybody, welcome back to my channel where I build Swift UI apps on stream. Um, we've been working on the Xcode 14 beta for the past few weeks since WWDC basically. And we're building a timer app. And we're using the new, there's a new type that Apple put out. Well, two new types we've been playing with. There's duration and there's an instant. And we've been trying to kind of figure out how these things work. In particular, for the timer app that we're building, trying to convert these to dates for showing things in the UI. um, so we started to try to sort of backwards, what's it called? Figure out how this is working. Reverse engineer. Um, Started to write some unit tests. And the idea for converting an instant to a date that we tried was we'll get the duration of the instant to right now. And duration would be sort of the distance from that instant to now. And then we can convert that duration to seconds. And once we have seconds, we can create a time interval. And that seemed to work. Um, but we're running into something. There's something I'm not understanding what's going on. We're trying to figure out how to do like a start of epoch, basically how to convert time intervals since 1970, um, like maybe subtracted or something. Time interval since now. Um, we're it's not quite working the way I would have expected. Um, Come on, Xcode. Yeah, wait, that passed? I was not expecting that. Got a thunderstorm going on right now. Yeah, so it seems like with an accuracy of 2 seconds, this kind of works. Um, it's kind of was something we were trying to figure out yesterday. Then we were trying to reverse engineer the decoding. If we say instant.start of epoch, this is pretty close. We paste that in there. 84 versus 48. It's like it's not exactly. I mean, the initial start is the same. Um, and what's a little annoying is that there's not much documentation here. We open this up and it's empty. Frame of reference of the instant may be bound to launch, machine boot, or some other locally defined measure point. This means that instances are only comparable locally during execution of a program. Oh, I guess this isn't intended for what I was trying to do. Oh, okay. But there's gotta be a way. I mean, zero must mean something, right? So if we get seconds, 1970, we get turn that into an N64. We can get a duration, expected duration since 1970. Yeah, like these two nows don't seem to line up or something. So I guess it's a little unfortunate. So does that mean we need to back out of using dates? I mean these clock things. It's kind of what it seems, right? Sad face. Okay, okay. I guess we have to use. I mean, this is pretty clear that I'm using it in a way that's not intended. I know I keep repeating myself, going back to this realization. I just keep trying to. I don't want to do it. I want to use the new stuff. I want to use new stuff. Hey, welcome back, Dragon Dust. Have you played with the new instant stuff at all? The new continuous clock dot instant? I'm trying to convert it to a date, and reading the documentation, it feels like it's not really intended for that. How's your app doing? We're doing good, just realizing that maybe I need to use actual foundation dates instead of the new toys, the new continuous clock. Yeah, I haven't found much on Google about it either. Just sort of taking a moment to digest the loss, if you will, of. I mean, I guess it makes sense that these aren't supposed to be used as dates. I thought they would be the big decimal version of date, and they're not. So, so that means redo everything at the duration time. I mean, it's not that big of a deal to refactor. Just sad. It's just loss. Eight. Operator cannot be applied. Oh, so then we have to say started at time interval since now, I guess. Although, wait a second, we can, because I made type aliases, I think I can just do this. Well, I mean, I guess I could. That's not going to be very easy to read. Yeah, so we'll stick with the obvious transition. Interval. The time interval is seconds. 30. Interval. So this is going to be now dot. Oh, I guess it's just time interval since. No, what am I doing here? Started at is a date. Time intervals. Okay. Time interval since now minus intended duration. And I'm sure our tests will help with that. I think I wrote tests for that. Where are our errors now? This is already a date. So then I guess all the things that we did to peel apart duration, we need to use to migrate over to time interval. So let's go to model folder. We can make an extension to get the units type we created, duration.units. I guess we can move this to its own type. It's not necessarily a duration.units anymore. This is a time interval already now. Yeah, so I guess duration view no longer takes a duration, it takes a time interval. Oh, we were in the middle of the time interval. We'll have better to get units, which perhaps now we can call components. Um, because the components before on a duration was already the seconds and attoseconds. So self is already seconds. Oh, I guess doing remainders with double is not quite going to work. Um, then we get nice round integer units again. Oh, and then yeah, we had all those helpers. So I guess we could say units that has hours for now, because before it was just delegating. Here, duration, I guess, is a time interval. And this duration needs to be a time interval. This duration is also a time interval. We're defaulting to 30 here. It's already in seconds. Then this duration picker, this can be a time interval. And interval. Build. Go. This will be a interval. So this is creating a time interval uh, from units. So I guess we need to make kind of copy this method of creating a time interval as well, where we had the picker view for. Let's go to our time interval file. Close the other tabs. And then on duration, we had a little bit of this thing called constructor. And this can keep track of the multiplication. So this can be units that has hours, units that is negative, what is elapsed? Elapsed here is a time interval. We can maybe say this is the elapsed units. I'm going to say the elapsed units on hours, elapsed units on minutes. Right, so then this is time interval constructor we just created. Take those to use that new constructor. Okay, yeah, let's go just catching up with itself. For conversions, cannot convert type of position. Okay, so something needs to be a time interval. Here it is. 6 and B. More errors from the compiler. Oh, here we're creating a duration. We can create a time interval. Hey, welcome back, Tommy. And who else? This is the duration view. Oh, right, because we took this unit type out of duration for now. So why int64 for seconds? We were using this new type that came out, that is coming out in iOS 16, a new duration and instant type. However, we were having trouble converting them to dates. Once I tried to, everything was working well until I tried to display dates on like a detail screen, like this timer started at the certain time. And then I guess reading through the documentation, this means that instants are only comparable locally. It's like kind of using it as unintended. So we have all these int64s lying around from using continuous clock. We're in the process of converting to using date. I guess I should put a red X next to this. That didn't work. Y, I guess. I hold next to maybe. So this is what we're doing now. Convert to using date. And that's why there's int64s lying around. And perhaps we'll clean those up. Okay, cool. Date has a member date, right, because started at is now a date. Get some more errors. So it looks like this method is requesting a duration, but it should be requesting a time interval. More errors. Same thing. This is an date. I guess these are time intervals now. time interval doesn't have these things. I guess kind of convert these to this style of constructor. Just kind of focusing on it to compile. It's 20. It's 5. And we'll delete old helpers. There's no duration. So, maybe it would be nice to have those little helpers for creating fixtures. So yeah, let's go ahead and add those on time interval. And we can basically copy them from duration here. Do it. I'm not getting build errors here, but I don't believe it. Let's see, type of expression is ambiguous without more context. I bet that's because we changed the types on here. We did. So then what is the problem? I guess yeah, this is now a date 60 seconds ago. So this would be a date time intervals now 60. And this clean up. Let's E. Is it suddenly taking a long time to build? I'm guessing this is going to error. Both failed. Oh, I have an extra close paren here. This wants to be wrapped in a double. Sure. Although I think I can do it this. Wrap it in a initialization of self, and that should map to time interval. Self.init is not called all paths. Okay. Whew. And build succeeded. I mean, I guess I did like the idea of int64 for seconds, because then there wouldn't be any like floating point errors when stored into the database, um, or when encoding and decoding. So now that we're compiling, I think I would like to keep that. Um, I mean, I could keep this duration thing as my own sort of representation of seconds. It could be codable, it could be hashable and equatable. And I guess these could be different initializers. Do I get the autocomplete? There we go. Although maybe it's just easier to use int. Um, what's an int in Swift versus an int 60? Oh, it is an int 64, but this just makes it explicit. I think the database wrapper uses int 64s, and I would like to make this explicit. Um, I'm being a little sensitive like that. The 60 minutes, 60 times 60 minutes. Oh, and days. Good too. Oh, uh, that's a good point. Um, I guess I could rename the internal one as like total seconds, because this one just wants to be just the seconds component. Um, or I could delete these that delegate off. Um, yeah, so I guess the intention here is for when we save a duration to the database, I'm guessing the users have an exact number of seconds in mind. They don't want floating point errors, which we would get with storing a double to the data. Yes. So we'll say, I guess we convert it to using date. We want to keep duration as int before and floating point rounding saving database. Yeah, so that's easy. And these are easy too. Yeah, so then I guess this would be, these time intervals would go back to this duration type that we just defined, which is now our own and not the one from Foundation. I guess before we do that, because we are building right now, are we building or no? Yeah, so this instant is, we need to delete all this instant. This is unfortunately not the right thing. I mean, do I want to I want to make my own instant type? That's just a like a seconds from the reference date or something. Um, I guess dates are exactly moments in time, and those already have nice ways to store into the database. Um, so maybe I'll kind of keep my hands off of that one for now. Let's delete instant because that's that's exactly where our problem started, was with instant, which are only comparable locally to an execution of the program. Fortunately, can't use them as dates. Okay, we'll keep this file around for a little bit longer. Okay, so we are building. Um, and our tests will fail all over the place. These are our date conversion ideas. Yeah, these just kind of die. Okay. Now let's go and use this new um, duration type instead of time interval. Yeah, let's just make all the changes because the compiler is going to get all kinds of confused. So we'll start with the models. Stopwatch date, that's fine. Duration will now go back to duration. over. Detected a closed parent. Really? These that looks lined up. Oh, this is missing a closed parent. And this one. Right, so let's go back to updating our models. Wait, I got all these, right? Oh, I guess this could stay a duration. I'm not sure where we're using this, so I'm a little nervous about it. Um, I think from here we'll follow the compiler a little bit. The compiler wants us to update our fixture some more. Because this completed at is now a date. Yeah, the another thing that's sad is look how nice this was back when we were using the new duration instant types. They were so nice at math. Um, see, so this would be a duration of a. So perhaps I need to add overloads um, on my duration so it can math itself. And how do I do that? It's been a minute since I did operator overloads. I just want to do plus. Um, I say static. Well, I know that. Oh, what's a date interval? Yeah, this is not what I need. Let's go to yeah this one. Additive arithmetic. Can I say that my type conforms to this? Oh, cool. giving me any more stubs. Can I write functions like this for dates? I guess so. Here I need to be able to keep track of. I guess. Oh well, this is a date itself. Okay, hang on. Um, the time interval since reference date. Wait, but I want to do the math. Yeah, something like that. That looks like it made one of the compiler warnings go away. Still have something going on. Not for type of duration to expected type time interval. Maybe I need also do this in the other way. For hang on, this is a duration. This is duration. This is a date. Maybe I need to also add minus. Try that. Looks like those warnings went away, and now we only have this remaining duration. And where is remaining duration used? Is this to show stuff in the UI? Yes. Now that I have a minus, I can do this directly, right? Oh, because it returns a date. Um, right. So this could be this feels so sloppy. ideal duration here, time interval, this should be duration again. Guessing the same thing here. Yep. And same thing here. Duration. This duration is here. Duration picker, pick a duration instead of a time interval. Offer integer level rounding to the users. Integer precision. And I bet this coordinator, yep. Duration again. Not convert value of time interval to duration. So here is this time interval. Stopwatch current duration. Yeah, so this this thing again. Really want to like a duration since now on date, I think. Just because I keep doing this, and that'll clean up that other usage as well. Let's see. Would these be helpful also? Not sure if this will be useful or not. But it looks like this one is. Duration since now, really? Well, the other one is called time interval since now. What do you have in mind? I'm trying to understand what this all will be. Oh, I guess I haven't run the whole app yet this session. We've been doing stuff with our types. Uh, we have a version that's, I guess this is the version that's built, I guess, a couple days ago now. Um, we have a couple timers. Um, you can start one. It'll count down. It'll give you a notification. Um, but also, sometimes you start cooking or you start doing something and you wish you had started a timer already. We've got a quick start for you, which is just start counting up. Like something's happening. You're keeping track of a moment in time. And then you can go into that, and we're still working on this screen. You can convert it to a regular timer and say like, okay, I started my chicken, or I started my workout, or I started whatever. And it's actually I want it to be 26 minutes, and you convert it to a timer, and then you have saves all that time to mode of time is now converted to a countdown timer. Um, and these timers, when they expire, they also will keep track of how long has continued until you actually mark it as done. Um, just because the timers, you don't maybe hear a timer go off and you're able to run and stop it right away. Sometimes you were in the other room, or there's just something could happen. You didn't get to stop it right when the timer dings, and you want to know, hey, it's been 30 seconds. I'm 30 seconds overcooked, or it's been 20 minutes overcooked. Something like that. Um, kind of small tweaks on the basic idea of a timer. Maybe timer plus or something. Timer extended. Timer for when you can't get to your timer. uh, Timer with the edges filled in, perhaps, is the idea of this app. While also exploring other features of iOS 16, like the new layout, the new navigation stack. Yeah, so if someone says a duration of 13 minutes and 4 seconds, we don't want to store that in a database as a time interval, which is a double, because every time we save that, it's going to be a different number. Like the they like suppose presumably they entered in 12 minutes and whatever 19 seconds um, directly when they created the timer. They don't. No one wants those to be rounded by doubles, using double rounding with time intervals. So that's the motivation for keeping the duration as int64s. And I guess we're switching to use date as instant because we couldn't use the new foundation instant. Um, oh boy, okay. Does that make sense? Well, I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, please let me know. Sometimes I do get a little far into my own head. But over the years, as making things in the kitchen, these are like things that I wish I wish the timers were a little bit more full featured with some of these ideas. And I'm guessing maybe there's other people out there, I think, that are like this. Cool. So everything builds, and so we hit Command U to run the tests, and now it's time to update our database schema. So let's go to the migrations. Uh, Numeric, I guess started at and completed at are going to be dates, which GRDB stores as strings. We haven't implemented completed at yet for Stopwatch. Um, Maybe we can sneak that in there. Oh, and these should be we do not nullable. Oh, I guess just not null. And we did put a primary key on this. Okay, a few little updates there for our operations. So then let's delete the app where everything this hasn't been published yet. So I'm fine being cavalier with the migrations. And what is this error? These two dates are not equal, it says. Oh boy, they sure look equal to me. Um, I guess it's the seconds that are not equal. Um, they say time interval since reference date. I guess we can give an accuracy of, say, 0.1 for now. And let's try running this test again. Insert completion point. I just think it's very much coding for timers. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. But this doesn't like that we're optional. So I guess let's put a guard here. We will fail if it's not there. Oh wait, we just asserted that it'll already fail. Um, I don't want to. I don't necessarily want to uh, force unwrap it here because that causes a crash in the test and that kind of messes up the reporting. So that's fine. Okay, so this the state comparison still failed. looks like the comparison with accuracy was fine. How precise can we be? I guess just to 3 zeros. Two, let's do two. Cool. So now if I run the entire suite, failure up. This is the same thing, two timers that are two dates that are just a few milliseconds off. Let's do the same thing, compare with accuracy. Oh, and we'll need to return here. Then we can say reference date, reference date, and then an accuracy of 0.01. Okay, run the entire suite. Everything succeeds. Ooh. Okay, so then if we run the app, we can make a quick starting timer. Ooh, it's negative. Okay, I need to fix that. This is still not updating. Looks like we're actually showing a date now. Regular timer, let's say with duration, expected duration of 5 minutes. That's -2. Okay. Yeah, I guess a little bit more context on me is I wrote a timer app like 10 years ago or something, and I font size for second versus minutes don't look very. Um, yeah, it's not exactly that. And perhaps there might be a better way to do this. I'm trying to highlight the most significant digit um, of the timer. Like if I say hour, a timer for an hour, a minute, and 30 seconds, it highlights the hour to draw attention to that. And maybe there's a better way to get that same effect with using the same font. So yeah, I guess it is a little wonky. Let me try to fix this negative here. This starts as overtime. I missed a negative somewhere. Um, Apparently, I don't have tests for it either. Yeah, sometimes my UI ideas. I think I have good ideas for what should be highlighted in the UI, how to effectively highlight them so it looks good. Uh, I'm still not that strong on. I really appreciate the feedback there. Yeah, so the negative sign for duration on a stopwatch. I want to make this negative. Um, Should I have a second one? Um, I'm not sure how to make our durations negative, I guess. Maybe there's just like there was an additive arithmetic. I wonder if there's a multiplication arithmetic. So here's additive arithmetic. Signed numeric. Oh, well, this is exactly what I want to conform to then. Signed numeric from iOS 8. Go to our duration type. Oh, signed numeric does multiplication as well. Interesting. So this is int 64. Not sure what a magnitude is. So signed numeric inherits from numeric. This is maybe a little bit more than I was hoping to get. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not that as complicated as it seemed. Uh, See, we can copy from the addition portion to a multiply. Um, does not conform to numeric. Actually, get the magnitude. Um, I think this is the same here. Oh, source. What is missing? Times equal. Really? Really? We put this up into the store as MVP. Yeah, that's the plan. Because this is the Xcode beta. We're trying out new features like the new layout, the new navigation stack. I can't do that until the fall when iOS 16 comes out officially. Um, yeah, that's the plan. Build apps and put them on the App Store. How am I supposed to implement times equals? Um, because this is mutating, right? Why do I have to implement this? How many apps do you have in the store? Currently, just two. I think I linked to them from my website. Um, I have Haptic Studio, which I built earlier on stream for testing the haptics engine on your app to get just the right feel for haptics. And then I have a Subway app for iOS and for Android. Um, we're earning a little bit from them. Well, I made Haptic Studio free to try to help kickstart the stream a little bit. Um, and I guess it got covered by iOS Dev Weekly, which was really nice. So that helped it get more downloads. I feel like I should keep it free for the advertising, and maybe the next app I'll charge a small amount of money for or something. I don't know how to do this. Yeah, yeah, that's this one, Underway NYC. Yeah, happy to talk more about the Subway app. Probably work on it again on stream at some point. Just been really excited about the Xcode beta. In out duration. Um, I mean, this is a let constant. How am I supposed to implement times equals like that? Maybe. Oh, okay. I just got my first trial on one of my apps. Let's see if it converts to a real subscription. Oh, cool. Yeah, I need to implement free trials for my apps also. They didn't have trials when I put in the subscription, so there's a lot of subscription work I need to do on the Subway app. I think same font size for highlighting framed or a different color. Oh, thanks. That's helpful. Yeah, we'll try that out. Test succeeded. Cool. So what I was trying to fix was we're showing a negative here for both of these actions. So I guess that is current duration. So this should be minus. The way app will be perfect for subscriptions and pro features. Why, thank you. Yeah, I have a pro subscription in it already. Um, just launched a new feature like a week ago ish that I built on stream. Yeah, so this sign is correct now. I guess this other one needs to get. So this would be a timer run, I think. Yeah, so this is. Let's see if we can do this differently now. This is before I defined all those helpers. Self dot started at duration since now. Um, is that right? Counting up. Negative. Gotta be right in front of my nose. Um, I don't know why I can't think through this. Let's see. Make this negative. So maybe it's the other direction and also make it negative. No, not really. What am I doing wrong here? Because it started at duration since now, so that's going to be an increasing. That's going to be an increasing number. We want to subtract out the intended duration. Maybe this was a timer that's run over time. Stop it and start it. Start it. It counts. Starts as. Where am I using remaining duration? Am I multiplying it by a negative somewhere? I'm green. I can't think through this. I think this means I need like to step away and take a small break or something. Um, yeah, let me step away for a moment. Maybe get some coffee. I will be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. I got some coffee. I'm confused myself with computing remaining duration. That's how you know I've been programming for over 15 years professionally. I can't. Duration since now is always zero in my head. How are you thinking here? I guess this is the started at, or a time when we started the timer. We started at January 1st, 2022 or something. The duration since now would be 7 months. Minus the intended duration. This was like a 5-minute timer. This would be oh yeah, I guess remaining duration is supposed to go negative, right? It's that far out. Um, make a test to get all the cases out into code and not in my head, which is not working right now. So let's see, we'll have a date. What do I want to test? Uh, Given an intended duration and it started at, what's the remaining duration, right? So intended duration equal 5 minutes. That started at, we'll say we'll start it at 5 minutes ago, or 4 minutes ago. And the remaining time would be expect it to be 1 minute. And we can assert that something equals the remaining time. What equals the remaining time? It's going to be the intended uh, duration minus the started at duration since now, right? No. Duration 540 is not equal to duration 60. So I got 9 minutes there. Guess we can name this test. Aha, duration since now is used with a dot on other var. I hear what you're saying. Are you pointing out a mistake that I made? Because I'm not sure where I made my mistake. Do it in this direction. Just get a negative number. Did I mess up um, my arithmetic functions? Close all these tabs, and oh, there's even more tabs. This is the one I'm interested in. Is something wonky here? I guess we could do we could do tests there. Um, test arithmetic. Duration minutes 5. Duration minutes 4 should equal duration of minutes 1. Okay, that worked. And we can do the other direction as well, I guess. Okay, that worked. Um, so we can test addition as well. Why not? Plus, and we can do it in opposite order too. Rename this expected remaining time. Let's see, started 4 minutes ago. Duration of 5 minutes. Clearing time is 1 minute. What is this? Is the math here? Is it plus? Oh my god. Okay. Uh, right. Okay. How can we model this? How can I make sure I'm using? I guess I could use a fixture, right? I could use a fixture that I set up, or I can create one of these. Um, Or I can move this method somewhere else where it takes a started at intended duration. A couple ways to model it, I guess. Um, well, I'm just thinking as Einstein. I think if there is a duration since now, then time must have stood still for a duration. Oh, I'm glad it's not just me. Yeah, I can definitely get way too far inside my own head sometimes. Um, um, like even right now, I guess like here's the code, uh, and right now I have it as a getter on a run record. Um, that means I have to create a whole run record just to get the remaining duration, and that feels. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess what's the alternative? Let's have like a function floating in the middle of space. I guess who shows this remaining duration um, used on a on the timer grid cell. Um, well, I don't want to create a view just to. I guess I can move this onto duration or date. I guess. Um, like instead, this could be started at dot uh, remaining duration and passed in an elapsed duration, which would be no. This is 0. That's what I have now. Um, anyway, cool to see you do your coding. Not many streaming coding experts. But yeah, thanks so much for stopping by. Um, really appreciate the support. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, I'm trying to show when I get stuck. I feel like a lot of other streamers focus on, look, watch me do this really cool thing. Watch me copy paste some code that I wrote earlier and pretend I'm writing it live. But I guess I'm really trying to show live coding, which includes being tired, which includes getting my signs wrong between negative and positive. Um, really trying to show the quote unquote embarrassing parts of coding. Um, and of course, my bad UI decisions, as we were talking about earlier. I guess one thing about having the function be elsewhere rather than on here is that this keeps track of now, um, and it'd be nice if now could be passed in um, to the function. Um, I guess that's kind of one benefit of having this function not be on a model type and not be on a view. Have it on sorry, not on a record type, not on a view, but on one of these models like duration or date perhaps. We did do a lot of stuff, and I feel like now would be a good time to um, commit. So let's comment this out. Stop it. Start it. Yeah, okay, so that's all working. Everything's working again. Let's commit what we have now, and then let's do some more refactoring. Is git tower. Look at all these changes. So I guess the big news for this commit is um, uh, stop using, oh, I mean, yeah, convert continuous clock instant to date. And then also we created our own int64 based duration type, uh, updated record types and views. Um, Textures. New tests. Okay, so I guess yeah, so I guess we can clean this up a little bit. And then the next thing is find better home for remaining duration and test. And what's a good emoji for refactor? Just change maybe recycle will be good for factoring. So this has three inputs that are here. We have the intended duration and the started at, and also when now is. Um, so we could have like a sort of a now provider we use for tests and stuff, and that keeps track of when now is. Um, the alternative is to put a function either on started at, which is a date, um, It receives an intended duration and now and does this math for us. Um, is that a little overkill? I mean, back when I did Java, we always had some kind of like date provider. I know Ruby has something called like time cop for keeping track of when now is for the sake of testing. Um, but what might that look like? I guess we can sort of sketch a now provider, now source, current time provider, something like that. Um, we have to inject it everywhere. I guess the idea would be something like you have an idea of now, and you say like remaining duration for a start date and intended duration. And I guess the idea is that any references to now have to go through this structure for the sake that keeping track of when when we're using now, um, so that if we do need to change when now is for the sake of like screenshots, taking screenshots for an app, you really want to change when now is. Like for the Subway app, I inject now so that when I take screenshots, all my test data looks like it's fresh for the screenshot. Um, so then if this was true, um, or if we went with this approach, if we went with this approach, I mean, there's also that joke about uh, any problem in computer science can be solved with more indirection. Um, and then you do something like Java had just so much indirection, it was like impossible to see what the hell was going on. Are we testing UIKit here? Um, there's no UIKit in this app at the moment. Sorry, I'm not understanding what you're asking. Um, are you asking if my tests are overkill? Yeah, they might be. This is my own duration type, which is why I wanted to have tests for plus and minus on here. We couldn't use the new duration type. Oh, foundation. Yeah, this is my own type. We can't use the continuous clock instant duration anymore. It's not intended for what I'm trying to do. Yeah, yeah. It's what's it called? It's coming in iOS 16. Duration and instant. Um, let's see, instant. uh, continuous continuous clock. Yeah, we were using this, which has an instant type and its own duration type, which is coming in iOS 16. However, they're intended to only be comparable locally. Um, we were trying to use them to convert to dates to get ultra precise time for our timer app, and we couldn't convert them to dates to show, and that's where we saw this little note in the documentation, and I had to do a had to do a little spin around. Let's see, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying out this now idea. Um, I guess that passes. Um, yeah, I'm not sure if this is a good idea or not. But I'd like to play with it just a little bit more. Um, kind of like the idea of all references to now have to go like through one file so that we can keep track of where we're using now. Um, cool. Um, what else are we using now? Yeah, this idea might be a little overkill. Do you use protocols for stuff you inject, or how do you inject mocks for tests? Um, I guess I can show you my tests. Um, and we have a few stuff to like. We're testing out our few like models that we have. Um, but for everything in the database, we have like testing that we mark a timer complete, for example. Um, we have a fixture database where we create a database in memory, apply the migrations, and insert some fixtures into. And then we can make asserts based on one known state to another known state. So it's all live. It's in memory, but it's live. And then for our previews, um, let me show you. We have the environment values is how we get stuff out of the environment. And do you currently have any other types of tests besides unit tests? Um, for this app, no. We're still in the exploration phase, so there's no use kind of solidifying UI interactions yet. Um, I guess going back to Dragon Dust's question about injecting rocks for tests. I mean, I guess that's what that idea of now was kind of going towards, perhaps. Uh, that's what I've done on other apps, um, like my Subway app, for especially for the sake of taking screenshots with UI tests. Um, Here in SwiftUI, can get a reference to the database out of the environment, and I can check if we're in a preview. If we're in a preview, then we use the fixture database, so I have stuff to look at. Otherwise, if you're running in the simulator regularly, we use a real database that would write to disk. And then, of course, this is all hidden by if debug. So when we go to production, it's always going to use a live database, which has all the configuration you expect. It writes to a file, creates a database pool, which allows for multiple threads, etc. And then we migrate and return that. Um, nice. Thank you. Yeah, I went through a couple different ways to get there, and I'm really happy with it. One little note if you want to do this at home is make sure you put. At first, I had this as a getter, and so it was creating a new one each time. Uh, don't do that. Be sure to have an equals and just run the lambda, once. Um, yeah, so I guess we could have like a now provider to overwrite stuff. And I'm not sure if we want to do that like now, haha, or sort of keep that let that idea marinate for a little bit. Um, let's see, 4 o'clock. So we're about halfway through the stream. Um, I like this, but I'm not. This doesn't quite feel complete. I mean, I guess you could have a protocol for it, so it could be injected. Um, to kind of explore this idea a little bit more, and there would be like a live now, like a for real now, or like a fake now. Um, I guess with had this issue also in the past. Um, yeah, time is hard, and over engineering is so easy to do. I'm kind of trying a new direction here. Um, I guess traditionally I would do something like this. Um, I guess these could both form to now. Obviously, fake now being used to mock stuff out. I guess the what's making me question my typical approach of something like this is that I have able to like really show nice stuff with in the previews using environment keys, and I'm not sure how this approach would play nicely with environment keys and such. Problem in SwiftUI is that I can't use protocols for observable objects. Right. Um, let's see if we do an environment value for now, for now. Um, then we need like a key, I think, like a private struct. What do we call these things? These are environment keys. Oh, I need a close. I guess we can import SwiftUI here. Yeah, usually I have like a singleton object in my apps, and to some extent, I don't really like singleton app objects. And using environment values seems possibly like a fun or a different approach. Because I know for app database, like database writer, this is just a protocol. Um, and the fixture is a database queue, for example, which is single threaded, and the live one is a database pool, which is multi threaded. And they both sit behind this database writer protocol. So I think this is somewhat possible. Um, I guess right now I'm not sure when I would use a fake now. Um, I guess the default value will just be the live one for now. Um, then we can extend this protocol and move this over to here. Any now cannot be destructed because no accessible initializer. Right. So having we can totally remove this from here. We don't want to do access to the environment from inside of a record type. But over here, we're in SwiftUI, so we can get maybe say environment now. We can say self.duration equals now remaining duration active run dot started at active run dot ended duration. Oh, and it looks like we are doing this twice, so let's extract this to a variable meaning. Something like that. We're changing the background color for like over time or not right now. Yeah, so I guess now isn't observable, I guess. I guess for right now it doesn't need to be, um, because now it just gets called when we need to. Um, well, I guess this this is this should change. Instead of since now, this should be duration since should pass in when now is here. Uh, since something like that. Oh, this needs to be a function. This one nice thing I like about Kotlin is that going back and forth between a function and a computed property is a little bit easier since the syntax is more similar. If we run our tests again, I guess we can try with the live now for now. And I guess we can also try it with a fake now. Or maybe even just the same copy, paste, modify. Fake now. Right, all the way now is such a long time ago. I mean, we get a we get a failure. I guess because these are created relative to now. Interestingly enough, um, we can make maybe make a fake version of this. And say like now equals fake now. Um, and start it at, I guess, like like when do we want this test to have started? I guess. Um, I guess we could say started at. Ooh, I guess this is weird. Now. We start it at now. The duration is 5 minutes. I guess the expected remaining time is going to be 5 minutes in this case. Yeah. And that it seems to be making this app just more complicated than it needs to be. I'm not sure how useful this idea is going to be. I mean, I do like that we have a place now for this remaining duration function. Didn't feel right in the view. It didn't feel right on the record type. Having it somewhere else feels better. Having it on like a now provider, not still not sure if I how much I like this. I guess what would the alternatives be? Um, I mean, I guess just a different, like a structure not called now, like you know, compute time computation helper. Like I guess a structure called now feels better than that. Um, so let's stick with that for now. I think there's another place where we would be using it. I think in the stopwatch view. Yeah, we have the current duration here. This is going to be based on, yeah, a now. Um, let's see. So if we try to replicate what we did on the other screen, um, I guess we could get now out of the environment. We could say something like, let's copy paste modify this. Uh, now dot current duration, and we would pass in another question. Do you know if I can open a navigation link as a modal? No, I really appreciate the questions. I don't know the answer to that. Um, that was one of my first questions myself when they talked about navigation stack. See, we have our model here, um, where we end stuff to the path, and I guess this is for only this is for showing stuff in a navigation stack. But then how do I show a modal using this? I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't thought about that much yet. See, like here's our app. All it does is have a root nav. Root nav has our state object of a nav.model, um, and our notification delegate for dealing with user notifications, since we're showing notifications for our timer. And we have our root nav routes. And this is new in iOS 16. We have our own screen type, keep track of each screen. Um, timer add, which timer you want to look at. These are detail screens. So it has like all the information you need to show that screen in the route. And here we do a switch on that, and this is a view builder. So we say it's the timer add screen, build a timer add screen. And one little trick we did there was we did this stopwatch loading view, where I mean, I guess in UIKit, I would like present a new view controller, and then that view controller would try to load something with an ID, and it would keep track of. It would have to worry about is that maybe it's not in the database. I don't have anything with an ID. Show not found. And in SwiftUI, since everything's so decomposable, we have a view that loads a stopwatch by ID. If it's there, it shows the content, detail screen or the convert to timer screen in this case. And if it's not there, then it has its own, not found view, and that feels pretty good. We just show not found nothing too fancy, um, for now anyway. But that feels good. Load a maybe record if it's there. But I'm getting a little far away from your question. Uh, if I can open a navigation link as a modal, I would love to know that if anyone's figured that out. Um, I feel like for larger apps, you're not just going to be navigating all the time. Um, like for like adding a timer, like when I first wrote it, it was a pop up, and now it's just a screen on the navigation stack. I guess you would need to like interpret the navigation path in a certain way, or oh, thank you, really appreciate that. Um, yeah, like maybe the root nav and the root model, like maybe you could have like a an app published like current modal or something like that. Um, and instead of pushing timer add onto the path, you would say current modal equals timer add, and then maybe root nav could have let's see, sheet. There's a different way to do it. Item. I think this is it. And this would be like nav model dot current modal. Let's just do this for now. Not convert value type optional screen to expected argument type binding. Um, oh, do I need to put like a dollar sign here? Requires that screen conform to identifiable. Okay, you can do that. Sounds like something we would want to do anyway. So in the future, we would probably do something like we would have like a universal URL for these, for for cross-platform and all that stuff. Universal URL dot absolute string. Um, but for now, we'll just use the hash value as the ID integer. Build succeeded. Um, yeah, so now if we run, we say plus, oh, we get our little modal. So then we can do perhaps maybe the same, or I guess this thing, Zenzen says, great. Oh, thank you so much. And perhaps this view builder shouldn't be private anymore. And make this static. Just because I don't want to move it to a different file at the moment. Um, and we could maybe say something like view dot, what did I call it? route to screen. Oh yeah, okay. So we have to do something do something here. Um, Self. We made it unstatic, just not private. Yeah. So if we do that, then we can have something that's presented. Um, what else could we do? We could put like a its own navigation stack on here. I guess yeah. This is all. I guess I don't have a good example for like what we would how we would go from here. I mean, I guess if this screen was like a whole flow, like this had like three screens to it, maybe we would have um, this would have its own path of like uh, add add timer route, something like that. Um, Never mind, I get the idea. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is something I've been wondering how I would do. Um, yeah, um, yeah. I think navigation link forces an update to the nav model. Um, Actually, I kind of want to keep that. I guess because that'll help motivate um, exploration with how to manage navigation path. Maybe this come in the future. Yeah, it's definitely a hard problem, like deep linking into a modal. How does that work? Um, and this would be like perhaps two different navigation paths, and this would be maybe its own enumeration for which timer screen for which like ad screen you're on inside of that flow. Um, yeah, I kind of want to keep that. And I mean, I guess it's empty, so it's just a navigation view. Navigation view will be deprecated. Okay, navigation stack it is. Then if I save a timer, this scrolling is kind of separate scrolls. Uh, okay, so that's something to keep in the back of our minds. I'm just gonna leave this now since it's kind of an unfinished idea, and we're gonna need future information to figure out exactly the best way to structure this. So where were we? We were playing with the idea of now, and I think I was on yeah, this detail screen, um, say that now that current duration, um, let's see, given a start time. Yeah, that'd be elapsed duration given a start date. I guess it's interesting how like before when I was writing this, I didn't see how similar these two methods were. Now that they're right next to each other, it's like they're like the same, but we just fast forward it a little bit. That's that's kind of interesting. Um, Me now has no member current duration. Right, so we need to. No, it does. You just need to update yourself. Code. Oh, I called it elapsed, right? Yeah, elapsed duration. Um, I guess I use this twice. Um, I guess I'll extract this to a computed variable, and I think I need to rethink duration view a little bit. Um, Failed. What does it expect? Oh, close paren, of course. Which view is this? This is the detail screen. Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah. So I guess I'm warming up to this idea as possibly a good idea for us. Um, there's a bunch of different things in this file. Um, I wonder if there should be multiple files, like at least the environment values moved to somewhere else. Um, but I guess maybe once we have our third environment value, we'll have a better idea of where to put environment values. Right now, we just have the database, and now this now thing. And now that we have a new method here, I guess we can write a test for it. It'll be pretty not that interesting. It'll be pretty easy. Um, uh, Apps to duration. Cert equal have life now whatever remaining duration of. Well, I guess we should extract the now, huh? Um, started 5 minutes ago, then the elapsed duration should be 5 minutes. And it says I'm missing a close paren. Oh, right. Okay, now we're compiling. Got our times wrong, or our signs wrong. The elapsed duration should be, yeah, should be 5 minutes. We started 5 minutes ago. Um, so I guess this needs to be negated. And we can use the live view as an example. Yeah, that is right. We did need to negate there. Cool. Where are we at? We did a little bit of a detour around routing. Extracted uh, a now concept for our now based business logic. Um, and then also we timer add is now a sheet. Cool. And then I guess we can make sure that there's no other computations here. Yeah, so this used anywhere? Let's see, let's comment it out. Compiler tell us somebody is using this. It's a view, and this is the elapsed duration that we just did. So we can get our now thing out of the environment. So this would be, oh, interesting. I guess because we're doing this in the initializer, we're going to have access to now. Um, just want to see if this compiles. Okay, it doesn't for a different reason. Um, self-saturation used before being initialized. Yeah. I guess that's one one weird thing about using the environment thing for now is that you want to use it, but it's not available until after the initializer has run. Means this needs a now um, when it gets created, I guess. That feels weird passing an environment variable like that into the initializer. Um, Hello. Hey, welcome to the channel, Black Monolith. Can I ask a question? Yeah, sure. Of course. To put it on a peer. Yeah, I could, and that's kind of what we were doing before. Um, but it's nice to have the view start with the right value, since it's possible, right? Um, it's just a dependency problem, which makes me think that maybe the environment is the wrong place to put this now thing. Um, is this from someone else's chat? Susan Lundy. Okay, looks like you're writing some lines and reading some lines. Um, uh, now. So I guess yeah, maybe on appear is okay. Um, let's come back to that screen. What's your question about that code, Black Monolith? Didn't work. Probably because it's two different types. Looks like your numbers are bytes, I guess. I'm not too familiar with C sharp. Um, what if you tried? I'm just guessing. I have no idea about C sharp. I mean, what was the compiler error? Yeah, so if we did on appear as suggested, um, on here, say self dot duration, this thing, uh, radius curly, okay. parameter duration. Thought I took that out. Oh, this needs an initial value. Right, because we took out the initializer. This has to have something. Okay, well, I guess that might work. We can't really test now because we have a few other places we need to fix. Oh, kind of the same idea um, for these other views. Do on appear again. On appear, we want to say duration equals now the duration of stopwatch dot. Then this needs to be initialized with something. I guess as long as we don't have like a oh, we're compiling, nice. Um, I guess if we how could we make sure we're not I don't want it to flash zero, I guess, is my one concern with on appear. As long as it's smooth enough, I'm fine with it. I mean, I guess it happens so fast. I guess it's more than fine. Um, okay, so we'll stick with that approach for now. Um, I guess it's the other nice thing about this is that we don't need to we don't have a custom initializer anymore. So I think this looks a little bit cleaner than what we had before, which was like these initializers can feel a little clunky to read with the underscore and then state initial value. Um, I find this prettier to look at, as long as there's no flashing of the initial value. It's fine. Um, cool. Yeah, so I was just checking the record types, making sure they're not doing any more math, accessing now, and it looks like our Groovy. So let's commit that. No more now. Record types. Cool. So what is next? We clean up this view. It continue with our details view. Um, there's the details view for these for the timer also. Um, there's this wonkiness happening here. We could put a tab bar in. So many things we could do next. Um, I guess we could continue with the stopwatch detail. So what do we want to see on this screen? I guess we say when it started. Um, and then we show the time, but the time isn't updating. So I guess the time should update, I guess. Um, let's go to the stopwatch detail screen. And let's see, I guess it's using a constant duration view. Perhaps we should have an active duration view. Um, that will be in charge of refreshing itself. Um, and probably want to have like a bigger view of the time also. Um, let's see, we do have a preview here. Let's see if we can show the canvas we got going on here. Um, no, we don't have a preview for the details. Let's put one in real quick. Yeah, we can just create a new one that starts from 0. That's fine. Um, and yeah, maybe we can put this in a navigation stack. Not so we can see what it would look like for real. Let's see. Um, thinking to myself, how do we want to make this active? I feel like every screen that shows an active timer probably doesn't want to have a publisher on it. That's going to get really heavy. This does feel like something that we do want to isolate a little bit. So where else are we using timer publisher? I think on the active cell screen. Yeah, these do a lot of management for I guess what we always want to do is maybe pass in a block um, for how to update itself. Maybe would that make it more reusable? I'm not sure. Well, let's sketch out what an active duration view might look like. Well, for starters, it would have a duration view. Um, which means I guess it would have a current duration. Um, and this other view have it has this publisher business. Um, oh, I guess it checks. I guess this view it checks the if it needs to change the background color uh, when it updates. I guess this could be a. Is there a way to get um, this is a state and the parent look into this state um, like a like a reverse binding instead of a binding that gets passed in um, uh, a binding that comes out um, well hmm. I mean I guess the point of this is to have where we're showing a duration we can just say show this duration and you know make it blink make it and make it count up or down um, and the active cell it's doing that but it's also doing other stuff so maybe I can't reuse it here in the active cell um, which is perhaps a little unfortunate um, because we're reaching in to get information about its current state. I mean, I guess if this used a like a controller object and like an environment object that could be passed around, um, then the parent object could look at it also. So that might be an approach. Um, I guess let's focus for now on what we need for the detail stream, which that stream isn't currently looking um, into the contents of it yet. For now, we will copy in the timer publisher stuff, which keeps track of linking the separator. And we can also bring in the timer publisher. And suppose it could take a block on how to compute the duration to show. Um, or it could take a start time. And this could be an elapsed duration view. Um, and this get now out of the environment. Maybe we'll see how this goes. Then back on the detail screen, we say this is the elapsed duration view. And we say the started at was just stopwatch. We shouldn't need to pass in the duration. We can default that to 0. And compute it on up here like we did in the other screens. Oh, this can inline itself. So now if I show the preview on screen, rebuilding, update preview in this file, build error somewhere. Oh, build succeeded. The preview needs just a second push. Hey, there we go. It's counting up. And when I go to see the details, it stays where it was at, and continues to count up. Now I do want to make this bigger by quite a bit. Can I scale this thing? Um, this preview paused, but it's still incrementing. Yeah, I guess it gets pixelated if we just use a scale, huh? What would be a better way to scale this thing? guess this duration view, we need to know how to scale itself. Um, because where are we getting the font from? Use this digit view. This digit view um, I guess uses a font size internally. Um, let's see. So I'm thinking, how can I pass a font down into here? If I say font title, oh, and then maybe if I take off this width thing, it'll self the right width. I have to go to bed. See you next time. Thanks so much for stopping by, Dragon Dust. It's good to see you. Cool. So giving it a different font does let us make it bigger. It's just I want to make it bigger even more, I guess. Um, how can I make a super big font? Um, let's look at some documentation, maybe. Oh, there's large title. Let me try that one. Still think it's not going to be big enough. Funny, sometimes the blinking works and sometimes the blinking doesn't work in the preview. So I guess if we make the font bigger, we also have to scale the separator. And then we can figure out how to get a super big font. So that's down in the, probably next to this. Yeah, so how do we get the current font um, so that we know how big to scale ourselves? Does this compile? It does. Um, okay, so this is, doesn't seem to be updating though, right? Yeah, those are all the same size. So this is not scaling. So if I have the current font, can I get its size or something? I can edit it, but how do I how do I how do I read from it? So here's font. Green fonts. Resolves the font's value at the time it uses the font in the environment. Font is a late binding token. Okay. There's all these things for making fonts. How do I get a how do I get the current size out of the font? Um, Especially since Scaled metric does not seem to be working. Um, Maybe I'm using it wrong. Let's see. Scaled metric SwiftUI. Hmm. Care about custom fonts. This is where we just were. Is scaled metric only for dynamic type sizes? It says that it scales it, and it's not seeming to scale based on font. Maybe it's only for, but it's not scaling no matter what. Like this has the accessibility sizes, and it's not scaling anything. see, can I get a UI font from the font? I guess not. Let's see, get font size from SwiftUI. Here's what I want. Yeah, this person has the same question as me. I want to scale stuff based on the font. Um, see, are there any other environment values? Actions, controls of input, full size. What's this? Nothing much. Scheme, horizontal size class, image scale, display scale, text styles, font, light direction, line limit, minimum scale factor, test piece, dynamic type size. Dynamic type size, which specifies how large scalable content should be. Okay. Um, let's try it, I guess. At environment, uh, dynamic type size. Then instead of the scaled metric thing, which doesn't seem to be updating, um, and we'll autocomplete me out here. So how do I want to do this? Let's multiply it by 2 each time. Maybe not by 2. Just want to see if these things change. And I guess I'm not really testing accessibility sizes right now. Oh, we need a return at the beginning of these. We can have a bar for height. What it used to be, 18 and 4. I guess just 4 times the width for now. Just to see something change. Okay, so it's Command B to build. Build failed. Why did it fail? Cannot find how you oh, I can't spell. Okay, let's build again. Maybe let's try refreshing it. Oh my goodness. These all the same size. It's a size, but they're all the same size. Hmm. Maybe font size isn't the right way to scale this? I mean, in one sense, it is. Like, there's like the normal font view on this screen, um, whereas the font increases. Yeah, as far as accessibility sizes go, yeah, this should scale, and everything should scale with it. Um, Why am I not getting different values? Can I put a breakpoint here? Will that work during the preview? I guess I could run the app and put a breakpoint there. So proposal. With Infinity. Infinity 7. And if I look at myself and I say, there's something in there. Okay. What's the current width? 30. 30 is large. Oh my goodness. Um, there's got to be a way to scale based on font size, and that's what scaled metric is supposed to be. But it's not scaling. Yeah, these are constant. You aren't scaling. What is it relative to? Scaled metric. Let's read about this. It starts off with an equal. That is old. I wonder if it changed. I guess that's exceeded. Um, I reload the preview. They're all the same size. Working for this guy. Can I get it to work in the simulator? Where are the text sizes? All the way up just to see it change, I guess. Change. No, it didn't scale. Maybe I can't put these inside of custom layout. Maybe these need to be on a view. And I guess let's pass those in, I guess. So instead of, I thought we could put scaled metric inside of the layout. That doesn't seem to be working. I'll copy these in here too, just to save them. And what happens when we refresh? Oh, now we get different sizes. Okay, so this is something. So you can't use scaled metric inside of a layout. Confirmed. It does work when used on a view. So with that in mind, we had our duration view. Um, but it does not seem to be scaling with the font that we pass in, unfortunately. Um, Let's see. Let's look at our preview again. Make a group. And let's try putting different fonts on here. Um, those are the same size. So it'll scale with accessibility sizes, but not with. Well, I guess we could try computing these again based on dynamic type size. Um, uh, let's try something. Let's just get a scale factor out of here. Say this is equal to 1. These will be computed CG floats. And let's see, can we get the dynamic type size? Oh my god. I have to do a switch on here? Yes, height will just be 4 times the width again for now. Let's see. So then let's try. So isn't this already relative to the dynamic type size? Um, um, me, me. I'm not. I'm not sure. I mean, they're the same size no matter what. Again. Oh, so annoying. Um, can I switch on the current font? Force and wrap it till I get different ones? No. Are you supposed to scale based on the font? Am I supposed to make this an SF symbol? let's go back to this blog post. What is a scaled font? This is something that, oh yeah, he's defining right here. The everything's scaling except for what I'm trying to scale right now. Gotta be a way to do this. Yeah, font size. How about that? Yeah, this is. Other people have this question too. Everyone's like, how to set it? I don't care how to set it. It's already been set. So I read it. Okay. Let's see, does he get to an answer? Just tuning in. Are you trying to set the font size based on the device's dynamic font size? Um, Close. I'm trying to get the font size so that I can scale something else. We're already trying to use scaled metric, um, and no matter what, we're always getting the same value. I appreciate the suggestion, though. Um, yeah, when I Google for this, there's other people with this question. How do I get the size out of the current font? Because I guess up here, I'm like, I'm setting a font. Uh, where am I setting it? Well, I'm setting a font on a parent view of my duration separator view, and I'm trying to scale the duration of my clock to match. You can see I turned the accessibility size all the way up, but still it's not scaling at all. So I'm trying to get the current scale factor. If you have any information about that, I would love to know. Looks like this blog post is doing some inspection on fonts that I hadn't seen before. But I don't see how they're getting the size out yet. Through reflection, we can attempt to access the provider property of a font and match its type against one of the types we've discovered earlier. Ah, okay, you're using it. Didn't see your code behind Safari. Um, yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to get scaled metric to scale. Um, it works for the dynamic type sizes, but if we put in two different fonts, we can make this explicit font dot body and font dot large title. Um, they stay the same no matter what. Uh, yeah, you can see these two views are exactly the same, even though one is body font and one is large title. Um, with that, let's see. How can I show the code and Safari at the same time? Move Safari here-ish. I don't know if there's a good way to do that. Now we have the tools we need to turn a font into a UI font. Font as they may be. Okay. Order for a dynamic type. Other accessibility features to continue working. We need to create a UI trait collection that reflects the current state of the environment. So we have the UI font resolved, so we can read from its slant angle a little bit of geometry. Ooh. It gets a UI font from a font. Um, all font provider. Um, okay. Environment. That's not exhaustive. More environment parameters need to be taken into account here. Ooh. Can we yoink this? Um, Freaking hacks, man. Um, I guess this would be a SwiftUI hacks folder. Maybe we can be kinder. We can say SwiftUI extensions. And type font provider in scope. This is something that find here. Goodness. Um, this is a lot of stuff here. I guess I could package this up on behalf of this guy, whoever this is. More, few more functions, I guess. There's this one. Static provider. Here, if it's italic, I just want the size really. Um, oh, it's missing a close curly. I don't really care about the design or the weight. Um, just want the size. Um, did he or did they write this in here? I guess not. Let's see. Oh, but I guess we need the no. You just remove and then just force these to be uh, nil for now. I mean, this is so hacky already. I mean, he said so in. I'm assuming he again. They said so in the blog post that it was hacky. Now, if I go to the view I'm trying to scale, separator view, um, some size here. Um, Instead of doing all this business, if we say font dot, was it font dot resolve font? Hmm? Oh, I called it current font. Okay. And just trying to see if this works at all. There's no member resolve. Um, oh, we called it resolve font. Okay. So now I have a UI font. Is that true? Oh, I have a font provider. Font provider can give me a font descriptor. Will that have a size on it? What's the problem here? Font must be unwrapped. I really wish scaled metric just scaled with the current font. This is a little ridiculous. Okay, let's refresh the preview. Hey, we crash. Can we get this to work at all? Hey, it's super tiny versus super tiny. Looks like it's not working. I guess an alternative approach would be to, oh man, um, just trying to scale based on font size. I guess we could try to make our own FSF symbol. Um, because these would scale with font size automatically. This would have access to the private API. Um, Looks like there isn't one already that we could use. We can't use a regular font colon because that's not the right symbol for time. Um, we do have. No, it's a dot with stuff on it. Yeah, I mean, we're already trying to use two circles here, and then trying to scale distance and stuff based on the current font. Really frustrating. Um, but perhaps next time we'll look into creating a an SF symbol, which I think that's a supported thing. Creating custom symbol images for your app. SVG file. Get the SVG file. Validate. Import the custom symbol and organize it into a group. Export a template file for distribution. Okay. Export from the symbols app. Locate as custom symbol. Okay. And then how do I edit it? Export in SVG. Is there an export command line item? Oh, there is. Symbol. Is that? Is this going to open in Inkscape? Okay. What does it look like if I open this in a text editor? There's a font size in here. I guess that's what it used to scale things. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So I guess the one approach might be instead of trying to get the font size out of the font in this ridiculously hacky way that also isn't working, um, convert this to our own custom SF symbol of like, a clock separator. And because it's so plain, this might be a good candidate to help us learn how to do um, this. Whew. Well, we got a lot done today. Um, we started off by realizing that we cannot use the new instant type in for our clock. Instant being a new continuous clock type coming in iOS 16. I thought it'd be great for trying out timer app. One of the reasons why I wanted to make a timer app to explore iOS 16. but it was not to be. So we're using date now for instant. We made our own duration type, not the new iOS 16 duration type, using int64 for seconds so that we still have precise time intervals when we store to the database. If we used time interval, the built-in foundation type, um, when we save to the database, because it's a double underneath, we would get different values every time we load from the database, and we don't need that drama. So we have our own duration types. We updated all of our models to use that. Um, uh, our units, all of our views. Um, and then we tried something out. We tried making a now type with the intention of isolating references to, you know, the current time, because when writing other apps, having that isolated has been really helpful. Um, so we have a fake now, which maybe we should guard with a debug uh, preprocessor macro, and then a live now, and we can get it out of the environment. Uh, yeah, and then we started working again on the detail screen for timers. Um, wow, there's nothing here at all. I guess we completely. Oh no, this is the. That's something else we need to work on. We did the started working on the detail timer for stopwatches. We wanted to scale the current time to be bigger, and that's where we. That's how we landed into the scaling font messes. Scaled metric was not scaling with us. Um, the current font in SwiftUI doesn't tell us anything. So maybe we can pass in and create an SF symbol and have iOS scale it on our behalf. That's our next attempt here to get a nice big stopwatch with the time. So that's the summary of what we did so far today. Um, this is usually about when I end, 6 o'clock on today's. Um, thank you so much for joining me, sharing, building live stuff on stream, emphasizing the getting stuck part, because that's what really happens when you code. You're looking up stuff on the internet, looking up stuff in documentation. None of this is pre-programmed. I am doing live investigation on stream, bringing my 15 years professional experience. Just learn how to learn, and I love sharing that with you. Thanks for joining. My Twitter's below. My links to my current apps on the App Store is on my website, and with GitHub and YouTube, where all of these sessions are posted. Have a great morning, evening, or night, wherever you are. Thanks again.